Well, here we are, at the far edge of the universe. Here to bring an end to this conflict, this story that has been a long time in the making. Even beyond the Realm Reborn, it started in 1.0. And now it ends, only to begin a new adventure shortly after. At the moment, Thancred is missing. That is very unfortunate. Convenient that we can just head back to Labyrinthos whenever we want. There are, in fact, Aetherites out here. I'm not surprised, but at the same time, I'm like, what? Like, how are there Aetherites out here? I suppose we shall see. We are going to get a purple dye. You know what? I think I'm going to take that Lotus Pink. I kind of like the color. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Okay, you know what, we'll take our way on. Tis my Endwalker horse thing. And somehow there are aether currents in a world that's supposed to be devoid of ether. That is a frozen dragon? Tis a petrified dragon. Okay. Continue east. Oh, and there's a living dragon. Okay. And whatever that is. Is it a... I guess it's just some sort of melted mechanical device. At first glance, they look like melted bodies or something, but... I know Alphino told me not to stray too far, but aether currents! Not that I can approach that one, it seems, because I'm at the edge and I see no way to go farther. Still east. Yep, can't go that way, apparently. And that was the closest one? Dang. I had the hardest time reading that and saying ether. It's like, if it's ether, I don't want there to be an A in front of it. So whenever I see the A in front of it, I automatically read it as aether. So... yeah, apologies for that. Ah, leave me alone. I want to talk to Urianger. These remains have long since turned to ash, and yet they retain their form. There is structure in front of me, yes? A tower of some sort, partially melted. In a strange twist of fate, it seems our perception of this place is not so different as it would be elsewhere. The world as I used to see it, I feel as though I am dreaming while awake. This is more than the faded memory Medion led us to believe. What was this, I wonder? Where There's a Stinian. Also, can this dragon please stop chasing me? Where is a Stinian? Huh. I don't know. Concerning. I'm probably just being very blind. He's probably around somewhere. We're not slowly being abducted one by one. I see no one else in this barren waste, do you? Then why do I feel like we're not alone, like there's another presence with us, something dark and mournful? Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something that will help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. As if we'd be able to read the language. Look here. This part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. Roxas, you do not need my juice. Okay, she says something. Alright. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Apparently Roxas is just kidding. Excuse the cat, the zoomies have come. The ambience here is interesting. It's not quite disturbing, I would say, but kind of eerie. Oh, there's a Stinian. Okay. Who was worried? I wasn't worried. No, nothing would ever happen to a Stinian. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. This does look vaguely Allegan, I'm just saying. There is nothing but emptiness as far as the eyes can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. I felt it too when I was near that thing. Roxas. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Oh, well, that's interesting. You don't see the dragon just hulking over there? That's concerning. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there, then. So, I'm the only one that can see the dragons, huh? Shallan, a word before we join the others. Wait. Could this be the world Midgardstormer escaped from? Which is why there are dragons here? Maybe not, but maybe. But probably not, but maybe. Oh look, it's another dancer. Lesser stellar dragon. I mean, there are dragons here, so I feel like it is possible that this is where Midgardstormer came from. With his eggs. I may be reading too much into it, but you never know. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. Oh, Estonian can see them. Okay. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgardstormer and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Aetheris? Bah. Better to leave such conjecture to others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Leave me alone, dragon. Would that happen to be an aetheryte over yonder? My sight may have been restored after a fashion, but I fear what I see cannot be trusted. It's as if Medion herself has etched these images upon my heart. I doubt not that such a feat is within her power, given that she constructed this sanctuary herself. Surely mine eyes deceive me. This cannot be possible. Look there. Are those ghosts, do you think? Dragons. 'Tis true they are not of our world, but to find them in a prison of despair. It seems these dragons have yet to succumb completely to the darkness of this place, meaning the others should see them as well.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here, and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Part of me
Agreed.
feels like
We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
can Thancred really be gone? Because then that would leave Graha as our only tank. Which means he would lose his all-rounder status. I mean, unless you're going as a tank yourself and then he can be whatever, but... I'm not sure if I 100% believe he's gone. Not completely sure. He might be. If he is, that's a very sudden and upsetting way to end him. But I'm gonna hold on to at least a little bit of hope that he might still be around and we can save him. We'll see. I hope. He can't really be gone, can he? Meteion herself said his soul persists, that he is the reason we are still breathing. If so, then maybe... maybe... My aim was true, I had her. How are we to defeat an enemy we can't attack? It's hard to believe Thancred was able to overcome Medion's will, yet here we are. Would that the price for his victory had not been so high. I understand now why the Lord Pritz were surprised to find that this environment could sustain life. There but for Thancred's sacrifice. His will was strong enough to reshape Ultima Thule that we might survive, that I might see again. His sacrifices must not be wasted. She still has blind eyes, though. Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm, that we might confront and defeat Medion. Estinian, Shallan, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, you must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Medion said these dragons are shadow and shade from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they are not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. Okay, I guess, yeah, she can see with her Aether sight. So he basically just dispersed his own ether to become this world, I guess. Also, interesting letters in the quest names. I wonder if there's significance to them. There probably is. A visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world, thy breath extinguish life's feeble frame, oh, how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Thou art unlike the others. This place ill befits thee. Do not tarry over long. The telling of my tale alters not its course. If thou knowest my brethren once ruled these skies, will our kingdom return. Should I boast that I was first among our hunters, will the comrades I failed live again? Nay, once I lived, and now I await the coming oblivion. No more. This is not our home. To our home did come the metal demons, who of life and joy scoured it clean. These are mere bones, and among them do we rest our wings forevermore. Leave us now to our mourning, traveler. Thou wilt find no solace here. Yeah, I'm feeling more and more certain that this is where Midgard's armor came from. Because they mentioned metal demons, and that's a pretty good description of Omega. To dwell on the path yieldeth not. Our desires mean little to our destiny, and less now. Yet regret finds me nevertheless. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost. So glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Ere the metal came, my kin were many and splendid, elegant worms like unto ripples on the water, worms possessed of limbs so powerful as to rend the land in twain. Worms I have long since forgotten, phases lost to the tides of time. Well, I'm sorry about that, Shadoo. Drink not of this spring. Tainted are its waters, and thy dainty form hath not the capacity to withstand it. Thanks for the warning. This guy's so miserable he's not even acknowledging life. Wouldst thou bid me speak? Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar, only watch, and wait, and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Amnul, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will. I shall remain. Level cheater. Okay, that's a thing. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I am beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground. Or was. I've seen similar on Aetheris. Midgardsormr's kind must have once lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vritra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside to see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. A murky liquid lies pooled inside this eggshell. A noxious photor is indicative of contamination. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette within was succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. I get the feeling Xena would be off doing this part with the Stenian and the dragons. I can bring my chocobo all the way out here too. Whee! Logic! Malformed dragon. The boisterous howling hath been quieted. By thy hand, I presume. Is everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon, or something resembling one. Ah, I see what happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Omnul were indeed mine. The life within one did quicken. The beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. The purest soil, replete with ether, did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survive to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We now wait in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. Continue to have interesting letters in our quest names. And how do we have sightseeing spots out here exactly? Person who put places in our journal. Hold on, actually. Or maybe it's supposed to be us and they just throw new pages in our sightseeing journal. The end of Dawn's journey. I guess these are entries that we stick in here ourselves, or like we've written that, or something. Huh. Okay. With luck, they'll have learned something to help us devise a plan of action. I chanced to gain audience with several dragons ere we returned, though I expect their tales are much the same as those you heard. Good to see you made it back in one piece. The more I see of this place, the more bewildering it becomes. Did your exploration prove eventful? Converse with any dragons? We would hear what the dragons had to share with you. Even if it's no different from what they told Urianger, it would have value. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Shallan, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. It crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of the island. It vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Leopards to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it is too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Medion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward. At present, if it is indeed emotions that govern this island, perhaps it is not Medions, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Medion meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Medion herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most, potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart. But mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. All End, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. I mean, Estinian was able to persuade Tiamat, so maybe he can convince this other dragon as well. Maybe. Probably not, but you know, doesn't hurt to try, I guess. Maybe.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Vault music. Interesting.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Aye, our pride is crushed, and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled, and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our lives long a curse as we await the end. Our long lives a curse as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin? On another star? And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, at the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back!
Tire of war. We tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished, crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way.
rest is up to you.
Well, okay then.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
I was just thinking that. There's gathering places out here, lols. Excuse me while I come out and fish. Ah, goodness. Must this answer always be the price paid for safe passage? Must this always be the price paid for safe passage? If I had known this place would claim Estinian too, No. No, this is what has to be done. As the beating heart of mighty wings doth the wind blow, where dragons may ne'er again touch the sky, he and the shade he bore shall soar free. The wind has stayed the fog that covered this island, and the air, it no longer feels quite so stifling. Look, there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other scions should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he is still fighting Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alice is right. We must press on, for their sake. Though it pains me to say it, we can ill afford to stop and grieve our comrade's passing. No, there will be time enough after. We have to keep going. Even if Estinian isn't here to see it, I'm sure Alphino wouldn't want to disappoint him. No choice have we but to march onward, lest we squander their noble sacrifices. To feign bravery with bold words is a simple matter, but without the strength of will to match, we are powerless against Dynamis. Not less than unshakable conviction will suffice. Just makes me question if I'm up to the task. Y'shtola and Alice, as Y'shtola and Alice said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. 'Twould be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in this sand. Roads paved in sacrifice. The quest names are getting harder to read. Northeast. Maybe I'll finally find it. East. I had a feeling. I heard it. There you are. Northwest. South. Southeast. Southeast is this way. Leave me alone, things. Northwest. There it is. I think I recognize this song now. It's gonna get lyrics eventually. North. take it we can't step in that considering the color on the map. Northwest. There it is. East. East. Probably can't get to that one. We'll see. Maybe. There it is. East. Aetheroid shaped differently here. South. I take it I can go no further yet. Nope. Just cross that experience. Alright. Time to return. We're just gonna lose everyone one by one. Tis what it feels like. Where to place my bets? Y'shtola next. Raha probably at some point. And Arianje. And then probably Alice? And then Alphino. And then we will be alone. if I were to predict how this is going to go. Man, I made some ground looking for those aether currents. Sand. Sand everywhere. If not for the light emitted by these glyphs, we might well have overlooked this monolith. If you were worried about my vision, you needn't be. I can see quite well. Another seemingly barren world. For our mercy, the air is nowhere near as stale, but still quite dry, and the sand will no doubt prove bothersome in due time. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, 'twould appear as ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Medion claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way toward a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. You weren't kidding. You weren't kidding. These are, certainly interesting. Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibration of the vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, Ea, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for non-clamature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kafkud? Yes, Kafkud of the Ea. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having a conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we Ea are aether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of compatible biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I've omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may comprise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms... why? To bring it into our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exugenter, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only within bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Ea, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume you consent to answer questions which is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ea wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. More violet-colored crystals. I cannot place my finger on it, but there is something unsettling about them. I should not be surprised their concept of a village is so different from ours, and yet... The Isle of Dragons was shrouded in the silence of the dead, yet the stillness here doth suggest the Ea are, by and large, merely sleeping? They said there would be others, but I don't know what I was expecting. Something tells me we have different definitions of the word abode. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you will find, remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by a sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts toward one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. Even should they elect not to emerge, you need but cast your thoughts to the crystals to communicate with the Ea within. You cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. You wish to speak? Very well. Pray. A moment, if you would. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment. I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged? Strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they failed to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not. There are no others who have need of these lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance as to remain as they are. But more importantly, you have some few questions you did... You said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. One more quest and that'll get me to level 90. I will be capped. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Ea have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce Lalak, Dudek, and Nenid. It has been too long, Kafkud. I dare say Saturn Eve has since completed an orbit. Saturn 4 has. Okay. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is plain to see, as the neighboring system is as plain to see as the neighboring systems. But my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them to awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms, then the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Kafkud, have you already observed the requisite custom for travelers? that one which is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. You pull your head off. Ah, yes. So long had it been, I completely escaped my mind. And still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for an answer. Come now, Nenid. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you can recall that much. Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast on the purest ether. Feast you on the purest ether. You're just gonna give us crystals to munch on? We were told to stand wherever we like. This strikes me as less of a meal and more a ritual. Judging by the construction of this facility, 'twould seem Ea draw directly upon ether. Ether, they said. I can't help but feel a bit nervous. If they are thus able to replenish their ether, the loss of vital sustenance isn't like to be the cause of their demise. If it is as I suspect, then this so-called feast... Actually, let us just see for ourselves. Fear not, we are not like to come to harm. I cannot help but feel a rush of excitement when I see your pliable yet sturdy form. I almost have to resist the urge to open you up and see how it all works. Now, be at ease. I would not devolve to such savagery. I may have cast off my body, but I still possess some semblance of a rational mind. For the moment, at least. To think that I had forgotten what had become of the archives. How much has my essence deteriorated since last I was awake? Not that I am averse to having my mind fade away in this manner. It isn't so unlike the natural degradation of one's flesh. How delightful! Throughout the universe, but few races have completely shed their flesh as we have. As a result, we seldom receive visitors from other systems. Extreme differences can inhibit meaningful interaction, you see, but none more so than those which affect communication. Most entities, for example, cannot even comprehend our words. You are rare indeed in your ability to do so. You avail yourselves of dynamis, yes? That is an impressive application, even if it is ultimately pointless like all the rest. How much ether would be adequate for your kind, I wonder? As I recall, there's a fine line between optimal satiation and violent sickness. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. Sweet, sweet ether. Well, that's a reference to Emmett Zulk and us turning into a light warden. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I suspected. As meticulously as one might recreate the A's home, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, my friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarat. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Food. Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint! To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but to draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, I could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ao yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believe we would be free of uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us the fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms. Their lives are readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegeia. Yeah, I'm feeling more and more that Y'shtola's gonna become the next one that we lose. Flesh abandoned. To define the laws of creation would have been no small feat, but even for the Ea. Nay, having eternal life and hence no sense of haste would only have made it harder. Such tremendous drive for knowledge they once must have had, and I struggled to reconcile it with the listless beings before us. Whatever answers they found, it did not bring them happiness. Like her master, Yashdala seeketh the truth of creation. How will the truth of the Ea, who uncovered all only to desire the end, fall upon her ears? You may be intimately familiar with a problem, know it like the back of your hand, and yet be powerless to solve it. In the course of my struggles, I have often been made keenly aware of this fact. I wonder, has the Ea never felt the same frustration? 'Tis true that a lack of knowledge can beget fear. Therefore, in theory, by acquiring all knowledge, it may be possible to attain peace. But as Heidelin told us, for those people who attempted to free their worlds from life's woes met in failure. And the Ea are among them, as their presence here attests. The tale we are about to hear will not be a happy one. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led to such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Yay, I am maxed! Hooray! Starfall Dance. That is a new thing that I need to find out where to put on my bar. Ah! Let's see, what is it? Direct hit to all enemies in a straight line before you with a potency of 600. Flourishing Starfall. Not sure how to get Flourishing Starfall, but alright. I'm just gonna replace that. And maybe I'll remember to scroll to my other bar and use it every once in a while, because so many buttons! Ere we join the Ea, one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Shalom Grahatia, might I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go ahead to Elegia. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Where knowledge leads. The O is an infinity sign. Interesting. Yeah, I should probably put that on this bar too somewhere. Ah, use all these buttons! You know, when I'm doing AoEs, I don't usually use Anavon, so I will replace Anavon here with Starfall. There we go. Go, Urianger. A spring, and a sizable one at that. I hadn't noticed it amidst the dunes. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Medion made contact with them while they still lived? Of course! She must have visited the stars of the dragons and the Ea before either race perished in their entirety. Thus could she make their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than had she relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Medion perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an intellecti. In the course of blah 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 blah. Whoops. She would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant, the power of dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Medion did unleash dynamis and ushered the dragons and the Ea into their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find a way forward, pray ask yourselves this: in the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge did I make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. Now I ask that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such length, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend, I shall. Without further ado, then, let us go join our comrades. Let us be off to Elegia. I'm at the front of this crowd, lols. mind me. Come, let us hear the Aya's tale, and learn what caused such enlightened beings to crave nihility. While we waited, we mentioned our star's situation to the Aya. They nodded sagely, or something to that effect. I understand you have taken care of business. If you are ready to begin, then so are we. We have prepared for our recounting. To facilitate comprehension, the information will be simplified to match your primitive minds. Oh, you're here already. Your comrade said you would be late. It would seem your star, too, has been plunged into a panic-induced cataclysm. We hope that our tale will not serve to exacerbate it. Your companion in front, the one called Y'shtola, she seems keenest to learn the truth. I pity her. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely,
Welcome,
we
Corin.
sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators.
Exsanguinators. Okay, that's the word.
Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture.
Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish.
If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the Air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Ishtola, no! You mustn't!
I had a feeling she'd be next.
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all.
But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Bird. The birds are probably more of
Keep calm
Medion.
and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
Okay, cool. I had a feeling it'd be something like that.
But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic, We came here knowing what victory may cost. So press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can. Before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
And then there were four. The two sets of twins, okay. Never have I felt such emptiness. It's as if part of me is gone. I'm fine, Shalyn. Like I said, our quest doesn't end here. Are you all ready to continue on? Then let us make for where the light shone. Y'shtola and Urianger have opened the way for us. Hey, look, we have blue quests now. You can go get things. Alright, night, Shadu. I hope you sleep well. There you are. Pardon me, traveler. I lack the sense of time as perceived by those of finite lifespans, but might you be able to spare a moment to speak with some of my fellow Ea? It is rare to find one so unmarred by the scars of deepest wisdom. Your appearance and perceptions as an outsider differ so much from our own that I wonder if a degree of interaction might prove stimulating for both parties. Much obliged. I shall mark their location on your map. They tend to spend considerable time frequenting their usual haunts. What a curious being you are. Have my peers discovered how to regain their corporeal forms while I remain lost in thought? No, of course not. Come to think of it, I wonder if we ever possessed a peculiar form that you do now. Oh dear, I fear this always happens when I delve too deep into such ruminations. The very moment I attempt to regain clarity, it triggers this most unpleasant reaction. If my fellow Ea have not found a way for us to reacquire our corporeality, perhaps it falls to me to meditate further upon the matter. In any event, pray leave me to my cogitations. How curious! An unfamiliar corporeal lifeform calls out to me as I wait in vain for the inevitable coming of the end. This is indeed the chance of a lifetime, mayhap of many lifetimes. So I pose to you this question. Tell me, traveler, what is the true nature of life and the universe? According to that carrot I ate. They keep plucking out this hitchhiker reference. 42. Why, precisely. That is the very conclusion I arrived at myself. How heartening and surprising, I dare say, to meet one as enlightened as myself. goodness. Someone out there likes Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Oh, you must be the Traverser from beyond, who has been causing quite the stir around our abode. What a stroke of luck. In fact, I had been hoping I might have the opportunity to exchange thoughts with you and your companions. For, you see, I have for too long whiled away my days in listless banality, drifting waywardly as my mental faculties dulled and slowed. I so longed to strike up a stimulating conversation with a traveler, yet for so long none would pay me a visit. That said, I never imagined you would have such a strange physical form. Pray tell, how do you keep your balance? What keeps your innards from spilling out through one of the multiple orifices in your body? Oh, but pardon me, truly, I meant no offense. Clearly life in your world has found this shape to be suitable, perhaps even necessary, for your survival. Perhaps our own original form was equally horrifying. Whee! I look disgusting to these ghost things that pop their heads off. Did you encounter my acquaintances? I can only hope they derive the same sense of stimulation from conversing with you as I myself did. For if so, we may yet discover a means to obtain the moratorium known as death. Until that time, should you ever be in the mood for a discussion on the profound and inevitable meaningless of the universe, we will be here waiting. Yes, always waiting. How fortunate you are here, corporeal being, for we are in need of your assistance. I am sure you saw some of my kind drifting about the untamed wilds just over there. As I understand, they are binding their spirits together as one in hopes of diluting their consciousnesses and thereby easing their sorrows. Unfortunately, the resulting amalgam doubtless longs for more minds to incorporate, and if other Aya approach it, they may be drawn into the growing mass against our will. Your corporeal form seems to outweigh your mental capacity, so you should be safe. However, please destroy the collective consciousness before it kills us all. Your ready acceptance gladdens me. I believe that if you lay waste to two wandering souls, the amalgam will appear. Do be aware that while your mind is safe, it may present dangers it may present other dangers should it realize what you are attempting. Whee! Madness! Fun madness! That person is dying. I should probably get my chocobo out here. That guy barely survived. Alright. I have to wait for another one to spawn, apparently. Come on, thing, spawn in. There it is. I see you made quick work of the amalgam. Of course, it was well within each Aya's right to choose when they wish to end their own existence, but to force others to join them, however accidentally, is another matter. This whole ordeal has led me to contemplate how I should meet my own demise. But forgive me, I forgot such matters are not left to choice for your kind. Truthfully, I envy you, to go forth each day full of vigor, not knowing when your lives will be unexpectedly snuffed out. It must feel incredible. My apologies if I have made you uncomfortable. I am unused to speaking with mortals. Be assured that I appreciate your help, and that you have given me much to think about regarding death, or perhaps life. Hooray! Now let's go and make use of Urianger and Yshtola's sacrifice. Some manner of Aya device. If our friends awakened it, it should be safe to use. Judging by the direction, this should be the place. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emerging from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Omega things. There it is. We have reached Omega's world. Yeah, don't follow me. I want to attune this thing. Oh, come on! Southeast. South. Oh, there it is. There's also a sightseeing spot there. Oh, I'm gonna have to deal with that thing, aren't I? There's no sneaking past it unless... Nope, definitely not. Looks like it just chills out right here, so... Fine, fine, I'll kill this stupid thing. Northeast. West. There it is. One more. Southeast. East. There it is. Alright, that's all of them. Now there's just gonna be... Actually, I don't think there's gonna be any more quests because Should be the... oh no, yeah, okay. There's 2 more quests and then the final quest that'll unlock the last one. Okay. But we should be approaching the end, sort of. There's an Aetheryte to attune to out here. Oh, this one also looks different. Boy, they had fun designing the Aetherytes out here. Yeah, it's amusing to me, but apparently this is where, I guess, Allagans got their inspired design when they discovered Omega, and that's why people of our present day assumed that Omega was an Allagan creation. It's just amusing. Alrighty. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land and see how far we can go. I'll help Alphino with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we are finished exploring. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encounter, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. Let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. You see naught but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined toward nonviolent intercourse. Look, Shallan, these machines do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of this star. Bzz. Unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label. Interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Blip bloop. Planet? What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated in yours as Alphatron. Our peoples, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow, if you could try speaking with the others. That is quite true. This game has been quite a trip from start to finish, and Endwalker has just taken it even farther. Blip bloop. Autonomous weapons deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munitions level satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Just greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's command and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Bzzt. Measuring combat capability. Result negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet, though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. The subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Yay! Mindless, wasted life and things. Destruction. Whee! You learned a few things, so did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there is no way forward. There were portals like the ones we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? So the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urianger's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Urianger said this? during our investigation, before we joined you in Elegia. So that is the way of us. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the Ea longed for death, the Omicrons longed for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there's a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? Might as well. Can't even read these quest names now. We also, new blue quests appeared. Let's go do blue quests. Assistance requested. This unit has observed a curious phenomenon in which certain crew members of enemy factions have exhibited a marked increase in their combat capabilities. Analysis suggests that said members share unique, interest-specific bonds with others in their faction. These individuals were conferred with titles such as Consort and Family. This unit detected no difference in physiology that would provide notable advantages in combat, yet the presence of interest-specific bonds alone led to an increase in performance. Records indicate that one member of a group bond exhibits the exponential improvement, while others are eliminated. Potential benefits of such augmentation are projected to be immense. Thus, this unit's query: are you familiar with the aforementioned phenomenon? This is fortunate, as this unit has constructed a consort for research purposes. You are asked to delineate the method by which this unit might form an interest-specific bond with said consort. Requesting standby at present coordinates. Initiating consort retrieval. Yes, that would be an interesting thing to see. The wikis will be like, just aimless letters. Maybe some copy-pastaing involved or something. Activating introduction. This unit presents the aforementioned consort. At present, its capabilities are comparable to subordinate patrol units. How should we proceed? You could give it a pet name. Scanning identification database. Records indicate this Omicron is designated Test Unit 0043. This unit requests confirmation that said appellation qualifies sufficiently as pet. Hesitance detected. New proposal, my beloved. A review of this unit's memory shows that a member of the enemy faction referred to its bondmate as such. Appellation change confirmed. New designation, my beloved. Configuring emotional status to grateful. This unit appreciates your assistance in facilitating the creation of a special bond with my beloved. Initiating phase 2 of experiment. This unit will evaluate whether the destruction of my beloved bears a positive impact on this unit's combat capabilities. Transmitting self-destruct command to my beloved. Analyzing unit status. No changes in functionality detected. Possibility of transmission failure estimated at 78%. This unit asks that you confirm that my beloved has successfully executed the self-destruct command. Retrieval of remains also requested. Yeah, I mean, I think the patches will, like, start leading us toward whatever 7.0 will be. What direction that will be, we have no clue, but it'll be fun to find out. Requesting retrieval of my beloved. Potential for reconstruction and further experimentation remains high. Self-destruct confirmed successful. Sadly, experiment confirmed unsuccessful. Analysis of this unit's parameters shows no change in functionality. This unit will consider executing a family simulation after reconsulting enemy faction data, but based on the results of the consort simulation, termination of research may be advisable. Reconfiguring emotional state from disappointed to grateful. This unit thanks you once more for your cooperation. Your proposed methodology may be implemented in future experiments. Initiating communication. This unit requests your participation in an Omicron combat simulation. 98.8% of the past 12,359 sessions have produced the exact same result. Thus, an unknown quantity such as yourself is required. An Omicron aggressor is positioned outside the base. This unit has instructed said opponent to record all combat session data. You may initiate your assault when your preparations are complete. Are you looking for more of a pummeling or a pulverizing? Uncertainly detected. Reviewing previous transmission. Verbal analysis suggests this unit has omitted crucial information regarding current mission. This unit begs your pardon. Once you have nearly destroyed the aggressor, you are requested to activate this device, which will automatically transfer combat data to a convenient portable format. Initiating handover protocol. Sending coordinates. Per the transmission you have just received, the opponent is located on the planar frame extending from this base. Reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit thanks you for your cooperation. Reviewing received transmission. Analysis suggests the aggressor is no longer operational. Requesting return of previously provided recording device. Yeah, it is pretty engrossing, but I want to fly. Dang it. It's just impulsive. Must get flight. Quality of data greatly exceeds expected values and all previous records. Reconfiguring emotional state to impressed. The data suggests that you kept your distance from the aggressor and attacked whenever you witnessed an opening. This unit will submit a request to the logistics matrix to update our evasive protocols. Searching database for situationally appropriate axiom. Only through combat can we improve ourselves. The absence of new challenge results in stagnation. Records indicate this base has not encountered new threats in considerable amount of time. This unit sees the potential value in enduring attacks more frequently, though its Discord prevention module is buzzing in a most irritating fashion. Reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit appreciates your cooperation with the collection of combat data. Analysis suggests it will prove invaluable to the further development of base Omicron. And hopefully I don't have to do that whirring noise anymore. Lols. Pointless exercise. What does that mean, I wonder? Considering the Omicron's single-minded character, the lack of new orders does seem unusual. I agree that we should seek out their leader. So the console we seek lies on the far side of this aisle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely as direct as it seems. Let us watch our step as we make our way. Greetings, sir. Can you hear me? Say something if you can. Activate. Awaken. Password! Psst. Well, I tried. The glow would suggest that it is still operational, but how are we to interact with it? This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? You know how bad I am with machines, Raha. By touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, you tried, but there is no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it?
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
Yeah,
Sid used a jamming device to defeat it. A device which generated massive bursts of lightning. Its sole weakness.
Yep, I remember that as well.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Go for it, brother. Just please don't die. Have at it. I don't know if I even have my Omega Jammer on me anymore.
Very well. Here I go.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic matrix signal 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you! Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
At least he's willing to talk to us.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
Well.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Alrighty. Let's see what we can find. I remember when we set Omega loose to deal with Shinryu. An elegant weapon, we once thought. And here we are now, visiting a recreation of its homeworld. I can only imagine how else these beings will surprise us. Though I never encountered Omega myself, in conceiving the means to send the Crystal Tower to the First, I borrowed much of its mastery of the Rift. Indeed, so many times did I read the report of your battle, I believe I could recite it word for word. Omega's miniature likeness also survived to the future, if a little worse for wear. I must confess, I was delighted to see it again in the present. Let us focus on the search let us focus our search on the outpost. Alice and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time in hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there's any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Come on, leave me alone. How far does this stupid thing chase me for? There it goes. I hate this thing. And here we are. I see the twins are wasting no time with their inquiries. Let us begin observing the Omicrons. They are supposed to be standing by, so we should look for any that aren't. I see Alphino. I don't see Alice. Search base Omicron for errant Omicrons. You may move the camera, la da 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 da. Stands dutifully next to the device. There is not to suggest unusual behavior. Controller do be dying. I think I found our quarry, but he's speedy. Come on. The Omicron wanders about ceaselessly, as if lacking a clear objective. There we go. An Omicron wandering aimlessly, where? Aha! I see it. It's left the base. Let's follow it. we'll be certain to ask about the extended operations unit. Okay. There she is. Not only do they look the same, they say the same things as well. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device that's attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. To go to such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions. One not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Shallan, One day, when this adventure becomes part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Of course, why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. It's a normal named quest. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about our errant Omicron. I have given them the short of it, if you would care to provide the full account. It appears the two of you have made a promised discovery. Graha says he found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the Extended Operations Unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell us you learned something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. The unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invaded other stars and enhanced themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what's happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest it has connection to Sir. An inspired idea. I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Shalyn, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... It could be our errant Omicron. I must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alphino, and I will stand by at the console. When it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. Ashfan, you don't need to be playing with that. Ashi. No. Ashi? No. You're the one who was observing the tree, are you not? Feel glad am I to find you again. I have a question for you, you see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Graha has begun distracting the Omicron. Soon Alice will strike the console with lightning. Observe it for anomalous behavior. Alright, see ya, Corin. Thanks for stopping by. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself to maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It's to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is what caused your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends are at the console. Let us head there. If naught is amiss with the other Omicrons, I dare to hope we have found that which prevents our advance. A little jolt works wonders, doesn't it? All that's left is to have this Omicron divulge the truth to us. This unit struggles to understand why the tree continues to grow despite being destined to die. Let us shed light on its doubts, that we may shine the way forward.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. His body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own. And with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure, for we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own, civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent, for I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
You say it, I'll do it. I will do anything for you, my brother.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
It's a promise. Dearest brother.
If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire, and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
I know they'll be fine. I know they'll be fine. I know it. Just... That one was still tough, though.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end! The crystalline path. He has paved it for us. They all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick. That'll be just a start. Crystalline path. Graha has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on. For our friends, and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. I'll take you wherever you want to go. I'll tell you all about the day I arrived in Lotusa. Confused and unsure, but excited all the same. The first primal I ever defeated and how scared I was. How uncertain. And yet I triumphed. But all those others were lost. They were all tempered and we didn't know what to do about it. Every trial we had to overcome after that. I'll tell you all about Ashafan. He was like a brother to me when you weren't there. I'll tell you about his noble sacrifice. myself with people who keep giving themselves up for me. They keep willingly throwing their lives away so I can keep going forward. Why? Why is my life worth so much more than theirs? I'm just one person. I won't let it break me, don't you worry. I never have, and I never will. Look, Shallon, a portal has opened. It will surely deliver us true. It must. Look up, Shallon. It's as though the stars are being devoured by the dead sun. And that's where we're headed. Into the maw of darkness. Well, here's where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one step at a time. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it all to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. I'm not ever asking you to abandon sharing your thoughts, Jubs. Please, by all means. I always want to know what you're thinking, and your ideas. Innumerable lights that shine in the distance. To think that they all could have birthed civilizations. To think that everything they built has gone to dust. Their peoples lost to despair. Of the stars floating in the sea at midnight. Ours is a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many worlds have met their ends, with you and Alice beside me, there is nothing I fear. No ocean so vast I cannot cross. Should you start to fall, we'll be there to catch you. I know you'll do the same for us. Those broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unraveled. I wonder if they are also worlds recreated at their ends. The sight of them fills me with a sorrow I cannot describe, and a truth I cannot deny. Birth and death, whence we came and whence we'll return, a wheel from which there is no escape. Graha paved this path for us. We were meant to follow it.
Conquered would scout the road ahead. Y'shtola and Urianger would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Grahad would join in their discussion, or else chat with me and Alisaie about the mission. Estinian would be at the rear, apart and yet present. All the while, you would come and go, wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. It's so much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that others are still with us. They are, aren't they? The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly, we have come far. Much farther than would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them, that Hydaelyn has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive, I'll go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? That none of it... No, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. Rest assured, I am fine. But thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we are but a few steps away from journey's end. It will be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Well, this is it. The end of the path and the awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. Let us have pride in what we have achieved. And what we have achieved and how it has changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for. And dying for. As they did. There are some structures up ahead. Still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope that it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the same. And for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just, after all the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you. This is almost... normal? It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There is simply no one here. Medion. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If what Medion says is true, what are we supposed to do? You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop in the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are only still alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try and fail to find a way out of this lifeless place. If there's no one here, neither should there be a motion to bar our way. Yet Medion seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Whatever Medion may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Is anyone here? If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Erected in the place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. This place seems reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with the loose few sitting on the counter. Vessels for beverages in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity, until it was not. In the distance, you glimpse Alice picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. If anyone can hear me, say something! Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. I'm trying to see if there are ways to reach the nearby isles, just in case Midian was bluffing. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and a film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. Shallan, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon the tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphino and compare what we've learned.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Ah. Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alisaie and I can overcome their will.
I promised your parents I'd keep you safe.
I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you...
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
I'm pretty sure I predicted that exact order that they would go away in. Pretty sure that's the order I said. Although I think I said Alice before Alpha Nova,
there
still.
You are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Earlier in Old Charlian.
Please, please, oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions.
Oh no, is this who I think it is?
He wishes to speak with you at once.
I have a suspicion I know who this is.
And if it is, I am going to be fascinated. Yep. Yep. It is. It is very much who I think it is. Oh my. Well, okay. Okay. Oh. Oh boy. Oh. And yet here I am alone. In this city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of a thousand worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we make in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Look with light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with... That's why it's too soon for this to end.
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful. After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I won't forsake our cause.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos.
Oops.
I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Snap.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
Oh, thank God.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Aetheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Come with us, Medion.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
Thank you, Deus. Thank you, Hades.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, The southern continent. Do you know aught of its present state of affairs?
Stop teasing me, Emmett.
I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
Wake up, keyboard. As different and mysterious as the ancients may be, they were people not unlike us. The first people to fall and feel pain, and the first forced to find a way to rise again. From them we have come, and in our pain and suffering we are connected. I can't claim I fully understood the workings of this place, but in that moment I felt I knew what I needed to do. I felt that it was the right time to offer up this life I owe, that I could risk it all on the wager that the rest of you would manage without me. Full glad am I to see I was right. No need to explain. I have a rough idea what happened while I was gone. It was a strange feeling, as though I was struggling in a pitch-black sea. A powerful tide was trying to wash me away, one that churned with hatred and envy for life. And it was all I could do to swim against it. And suddenly I was here. It felt long and short at the same time, hazy as in a dream. But through it all, one thing was crystal clear. You fought with all your being to keep our hopes alive. For all the lives on those stars whose light hath been extinguished, for the ancients who went before us, I offer a solemn prayer. To go and see all those places and more, Emmett Selk has given you quite a task. Suffice it to say, I should be glad to assist you. Once we've returned together triumphant, of course. Oops. No, I didn't mean to talk to Elise. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need.
We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and bid the final curtain fall. Hold on, I gotta talk to Alphino first. 'Tis my fervent hope that our ancient friends will find a new beginning, they and all of their brethren who have returned to the ethereal sea. For that to come to pass, we must succeed. We must avert the final days and save Aetheris. Are you ready, Shallan? Then let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt. So I will say that only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions that Medion has hoarded. The emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness, but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke or admonish. 'Twas not by passing judgment on tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves. To hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. Everyone's going home today. Understood? Aye. The dead end's now accessible. Just so you know, Shallan, I won't try to keep up with you in the coming battle. No, I mean to surpass you. If there's anyone who will need it to keep up, it's a Stydian. I'm not joking. Both Alphino and I have worked hard and come far. It's time we set our sights higher. So you had better watch out, or else you'll find yourself in my wake. Emetzelk and Hythlodaeus created these flowers from our hopes. If so, mine and Alice's shall live on here. The hope that you will find happiness at journey's end. So let us go, Shallan, and see this tale to its conclusion. As Alphino says, everyone's resolve is beyond doubt. Yet ere we set forth, there is a thought to which I must give voice. While you were in Elpis, I understand that people assumed you were a familiar. In contrast, those phantoms we encountered in the recreated Amarat regarded us as children. As people, albeit naive and immature. The discrepancy, I posit, is a reflection of their creator's perspective. Having spent aeons among sundered men, perhaps he came to acknowledge us, even if only subconsciously. With Emetzelk gone, we may never learn the truth. But I will not suffer this and countless other mysteries to go unsolved. Our journey will not end this day. Thus far we have encountered recreations of some few stars. Doubtless they account for but a fraction of the innumerable worlds to whose fall Medion did bear witness. roiling with torment. The dead sun is forsooth oblivion's apotheosis. It shall be no small coup to breach this nexus of despair. And yet, as this vista doth prove, where there is hope, there is a way. So let us press forward together, as ere we have, and find our way unto victory. It seems our arms and armor are in order, as are our personal effects. Most importantly, we have each other. We need only finish what we came to do. Avert the end. For Menphilia, for Reen, for all who aspire to live. So the moment of reckoning is finally upon us. I must say, when I pledged myself to your cause, never did I imagine it would bring me to the very edge of existence. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. After casting aside vengeance and shedding title and duty, I found myself wanting for purpose. In journeying with you, there has been nary a dull moment. In the course of it all, I feel as though I have found a new place for myself, and a welcome opportunity to see how much the boy has grown. I owe you a debt, aye. But as you can guess, I have ever preferred to express my gratitude through action rather than word. My lance is yours. I am returned thanks to you, but we still have work to do if we are to make our promise a reality. Having you show me the sights in Ishgard, then regaling me with your greatest adventures, then embarking on a new adventure together. For these things and more, I will fight. What? Could there possibly be an adventure greater than this one? Of course! So long as you desire it and dare to take the first step, there is absolutely no limit. Oh, that was a dev message there. That was from Yoshi P. It was like, there's greater things to come. Just have faith. Alright, figure out how you're gonna be our DPS.
I stand ever ready.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out.
Those are Namazu.
The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Why do you ask such a question? Do you not see the plague and pestilence that consumes us? Ours is a world of rancid blood and rotting flesh, where death is the only remedy to suffering. There is no meaning to be found in such misery. But it was not always thus. Beneath the waves we knew only peace and plenty. We wanted for naught, and yet craved more, and that our progeny might someday flourish as we never could. Eventually we ventured to the lands above, bearing flame and iron, toppling any who dared oppose our might. The world was ours for the taking.
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
This world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, while seas we thought would shine forever blue ran dry, spoiled in forging the tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor, and then came the sickness. Our undoing, the final blessing of this star has to offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path unto nothingness. The wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly.
Those who lived festered. Those who died decayed.
Hold still.
Alright, that wasn't terrible. No one's saying anything. Okay.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all. In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the self-same lives it had saved.
Similar to Amarat, but I think I like Amarat better. In terms of final dungeons, I like Amarat slightly better, but this is really close so far.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
The otherworldly beings should first grace us with their presence as a sign. Indeed, they understand that we, the global community, are possessed of the wisdom and compassion needed to guide this star back to the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom fighters dare to undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labored so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of this star and its once myriad nations, the wars waged, the countless lives lost. They must be brought to heel, the world united under a single standard no matter the cost.
Tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
You cannot stop us! You're mine!
We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other potential threats to the peace we have so long pined for. Its artificial intelligence ensures that this singular function is carried out with cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, including us. All that remains is to stand and fight. It's like giving out vuln stacks these days. Wonderful. I found a safe spot. Don't worry about me. Smooth, doesn't it? This would be hell as a caster.
Hold still. Hold still.
Close to dead. I'm somehow not dead, but oh god, so close. Throughout that one part, but I did. Alright. You can see now why you chose to lock the crystal tower. Don't remind Shalon of that.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Did I grab the chest? Okay, I did. Also, there we go. Oh boy, this is gonna be a thing.
Father still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
curious traveler visit our star, a bird which proffered these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answers, only bittersweet memories of an age long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and in our nascence sought purpose, struggled to justify life's worth. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now, condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping perhaps our answer might change.
What is people have gained from ease, they lost to
I'm guessing that's our boss. Oh look, it's the mid-boss from Dawn Meg. LOL. There was a time when we yearned to explore the heavens, found purpose in the hope of unveiling life's mysteries. A dream shattered when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed in our legacy, thought ourselves marking a worthy path our successors might follow. efforts rendered futile when we discovered the keys to paradise and immortality. As individuals, we struggled to know what was right, yet in today's perfect unity there is naught left to question. We are infinity constricted by the finite, but no more. R'Allah shall grant us strength and shall grant us the mercy of annihilation. Oh, hold on, there's Trishka. Don't miss that. Spawns butterflies. Murderous butterflies.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Hold still. Hold still.
Alphino. You are a lifesaver.
Hold still.
Two places where I probably should have died, but I didn't. But other than that, these bosses weren't terrible. Sad face. Thank you. Oh, it's nighttime now. At least now we have an idea what drives her. They attained paradise, yet it proved their unmaking. I didn't read off what Y'shtola said. Calamity of disease and war I can understand, but paradise I shudder to think. I'm no stranger to despair. I would not be with you otherwise. Great dread, deny. Power deep despair, we cannot give up. Y'shtola, can we finish what you said to me? Or not? Okay. Come on. Let me finish reading what you said to me. There we go. Not at all what I expected. Okay. I should probably have prepared my rings before jumping into all this, but oh well. Okay, I didn't seem to get any of this other gear. Alright. Yeah, I almost died to both the second and the third. It was dumb luck that kept me alive on both of those. So, and Alphino was also kind.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair.
She just Monokuma.
Ever will the living pass the present and embrace the future. So sing until life ceases to be.
seven hells.
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Did she just send miniature planets at us? Jump, Stinia, jump. Just don't die. Again.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
Oh, look at her. She's trying.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange.
Oriange,
The
watch
thing. The pain of being a caster.
Alphino.
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know.
Don't, please. Don't do this to them. To yourself.
Just one good strike.
I think it'll take a bit more than that, Alice. Just saying.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Oh, Graha. Always trying to protect me. I love how he's a true paladin. It's like, I love how pally he is. I actually said Graha.
Washed in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Now, what did I say there? Did I say it's okay? Did I say... What did I say? Thank you, Alice. Alright, here I am.
You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you mean to call upon the dead once more.
Sure, I'll just take you on one-on-one.
Defiant to the last. But you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did. as we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
Is that a Shinryu? That is in fact a Shinryu.
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey.
Yes, it is.
But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
Oh! Oh, you have to make me pick one of these choices. Let's see. I don't want your help. I can do this on my own.
And I'd rather not give it. Nay, I would have preferred that we enjoy a private reunion.
Well, you and me both.
So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
It works so good for the ship.
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Do you happen to be on, Jeps? It's okay if you're not. I'm just curious. You are on. Well then.
Excuse me. I'm just a little giddy still. Oh my gosh. Oh, this music. Oh, is it going to be like a blend of so many themes? Oh my. Oh. Oh, I don't know if I could take all this. Ah. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't withhold my giggles, I'm sorry. I am very sorry. Not have hoped for any better. Oh my goodness. This music is amazing. Alright, come on, healer and DPS. There we go. Xenos. Oh, my Xenos.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Salute or die. Okay. Reaper, you can be my partner. Why not?
Ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
This music is amazing. Rip. mage and a white mage. This is a nice rounded party.
All of us have known despair.
We're slow casting that raise. He still made it.
We have seen the end. Same end. Again and again. A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
This music is something else. It's a tiny space.
'Tis so lonely between the stars. We have seen the end.
This music is amazing.
The same end. Again
to do there, so, okay.
All of us have known despair.
Doesn't look like we're getting back up anytime soon, at least not until the Dark Knight's back up to full health. Oh, that's a dead Deathbreaker. Well, I'm about to die again. I'm only at half health. Oh, hey, I didn't die. Somehow. However, okay, both our healers are down, so that's an issue, unless our summoner can get them up. Oh no, our summoner's dead now. Alright.
This is a kindness.
Well, that was an attempt. Could have been worse. Could have been better, but could have been worse.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Why did that still be with his voice actor just with his voice distorted? I think I just derped on that, but that's fine. Didn't make it.
Your suffering is at an end. This is a kindness. All of us have known despair.
Okay. Hey.
We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again. A song so deep that only emptiness remains. Tis so lonely between the stars.
Ah! Why? Why you do this? Come on, select the thing. There we go.
We have seen the end.
Almost around the stage there, but I didn't. Wolves.
The same end. Again and again.
Come on, server ticks. I was out of that.
This is a kindness.
No. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh boy.
All of us have known despair. Even stars must die. Tis so lonely between the stars.
Oh boy, okay. Why? Why? Person, why? Do you even know what you're doing? Are you trying to get us all killed?
There is no happiness in life.
Is this gonna be an ATM?
There is only one place it may be found.
Okay. Guess we have to kill this. Is this gonna be a DPS check? Seems to me. We're avoiding meteors from the sky, raining around the arena. Scaring me because I think it's like a meteor or like one of the boulders that you're supposed to get behind for a meteor, so I keep getting flipped out a little bit, just like Okay, I guess we're stuck here. I'm just gonna dance.
Dynamis. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate. Your time has come. It always does.
Okay. Okay. That was all of us just saying that, apparently. Lulz. Oh, they're saying it. Oh! They're channeling their ether and they're doing the prayer thing that they did in the Louis Swa. I still love it.
What is this?
I love everything. I love it all.
No. The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
Hope will shine again.
What we saw. What I saw.
Oh, this is so good. It's all so good.
This can only end in misery and desolation. live far, nor the universe itself.
It's all so good! So good! This game's so
None
good!
should hope for better.
Music. Music. Music is so good. GG's.
If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
Thanks to everyone. We only had that one wipe. Did anyone stick around for a command? The tanks did. Alright, Dark Knight gets it. And a quick victory. Alright, thanks for joining me, Jubs. Did you... Is it just the light, or did you change your hairstyle, or hair color? I think it's just the light from the thing. It just looked like you changed your hair color, but okay. No comments. I helped the healers however I could, though. Made use of my fancy new skills. I have a Xenos. Oh, it's gray. You did change your hair. Hello, love.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Yes, Medion. We can be friends.
Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. what they live for, what gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Etheris.
We created it together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more. Nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope.
Too right, too right, too right.
One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know, but I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await.
We better not be leaving Xenos behind.
Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth.
Don't be leaving Xenos behind now.
That hope
Don't you
will
dare.
surely guide you true.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero. Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know. And it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
That I can't deny. But I have the smirk he had.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last! The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars! Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine! Is this truly the best Heideland's chosen can master? Show me your vaunted fortitude. Soon you will know the full extent of my power. Mine for the taking! Of your reflexes! A test of your reflexes! Of your reflexes! Mine for the taking!
Oh my gosh. This is like so good.
Mine for the taking! Of your reflexes! consumed by a ravenous fervor. I have you!
Well, that was a little painful.
Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent. Yes, yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet! Mine for the taking! I have you! A test of your reflexes! Show me your vaunted fortitude.
Oh, you're gonna awkward me. Are you done awkwarding me, buddy?
A test of your reflexes. I have you. Mine for the taking. A test of your reflexes. I have you. A test of your reflexes. Show me your vaunted fortitude.
Oh, you're awkwarding me again.
A test of your reflexes. I have you.
It's so good! Oh! Oh! Oh, thank you! I still hope I don't actually kill him, but... Oh...
No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent.
But if I kill him, this is probably the best end I can imagine giving him.
This is my moment. Our moment.
I just got
her for your punching things. That's probably a good idea.
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me, understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark, blinding, brilliant. Gone too soon. What of you, my mirror, born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure? Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
we leaving him here? Are we leaving him here? Please.
Can you hear? Faith. Must tend it. In your... Please.
Someone can.
Please.
You can't leave us. Not like this. If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on. Open your eyes and get up.
Did we leave him there?
Are you with us? Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Am I really alive?
Yes, you're alive.
But apparently Xenos isn't.
You're alive. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
Y'all wouldn't
We
understand.
tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain?
Depends on what pain you're referring to.
That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this. When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way.
Are we leaving him there?
Request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside. We're home, my friend. We're home.
Left him there. Here everyone was wishing Shellen have a happy ending. Alphina wished her have a happy ending. This is not her happy ending.
Is that? It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Thank heaven. Lifted my hopes up
Truly.
so high. Only to just
Welcome
utterly
home.
destroy it at the very end.
Yes!
Ah.
Welcome home, everyone!
I'm that one little bit where he died and we left him there. It's the upsetting thing. The only thing that truly upsets me about this entire expansion.
We just left him there. Roxas, what are you doing? Roxas. Come here, you. Well, either way, this was quite the journey. Up until that one moment. That one moment. Everything else was so good. And then and then we had to go and do that. That's the one thing I am not a fan of. Roxas. I'm still holding out hope, but I probably shouldn't. There's no reason for me to hope. I should just be content with the fight they gave us. 'Cause that was good. That was everything I imagined it would be. That part was really good. Just the after, I'd rather forget happened. Nope. There would be enough upset people out there if they pulled him being alive again. It's just be content with what you got. Just the problem is, like, the problem is I didn't want her to bring herself to kill him unless it was necessary to save the world. So that's what's, like, bugging me, I guess. She certainly didn't intend to actually kill him. Just beat him. My feelings are so mixed. So mixed, and I don't know how to process it. Him there. That is what is really bugging me so much. Everything up until that precise moment was so good.
just... That's still just like literally the only thought I have on me right now, because I don't know, it's just it's like I definitely just going into this, I knew Xenos probably would die. I was hoping he wouldn't, but I accepted that he probably would. And I love how they had us do that fight. I love the build up to it. I even love that there was like an option for if you like him and if you don't, and if you hate him. For everyone who has those varying opinions. Like, that's one thing that I definitely hope the writer would actually, put in there. It's just kind of a vague acknowledgement of, the divided opinions on him. But that one single moment. When they came and saved me, and we left him there. We didn't even know 100% that he was dead yet. You could have been like Thancred here. He could have actually just been faking us out. But we left him there. So I just it was a good expansion. It was really good. It was better than Shadowbringers. Least favorite dungeon was the third one, I guess. The one where Razat Han was on fire. Mostly because of that first boss with the dumb mechanic, but also because that whole part of the expansion beyond stressed me out. Because, it was just getting more and more horrifying. And then they brought in the baby, and that is what broke me. If you bring babies into it, put babies in danger like that. That's really gonna get me. So that's why I broke down and just sobbed like I did. I couldn't hold it in anymore at that point. If I were to have a favorite dungeon out of all this, probably the one from the Unsundered World, the one in Elpis, just because of how unique it is with us going in with Vana and Emmett and Deus. That was just, such a nice
different thing to do. The last dungeon was really good. It just doesn't quite match up to Amrat, in my opinion. I think Amrat is still the better themed, I suppose. It's what I just really liked the way it was. This expansion was really good. It went places that they had not gone before, and it did resolve the story very well. Again, the moon wasn't as interesting as I think it was hyped up to be. We were all hyped about going to the moon, and the only thing we did there was kill Zodiac and do fetch quests for bunnies, basically. I mean, the bunnies were cute, but they kind of overstayed their welcome a little bit, I think. And I don't know, it just... I guess the moon was like the biggest disappointment out of this thing, except for, what I've been trying not to dwell on at this point. All the Xeno scenes were really good. I loved every single one of them. They were basically perfect. That scene kind of confused me, again, because in the Shadowbringers patches, they implied that a group helped summon Heidelin, and they just picked Vana to be her heart, and then this just kind of implied that she just kind of went God mode randomly. I don't know. It was weird. So, but yeah, all the Xeno scenes were really good. I really like how they had him kind of dwell on Alisaie's words to him, and I really like how they had him go to the Royal Menagerie in order to, reminisce on that, because I've always had that be a kind of sacred place to Shallan's heart for probably the same reason he went there. So, yeah, I really like that detail. Again, everything that Xeno said and did was perfect. Again, that one disappointing moment. The whole bringing Medion kind of halfway through and making her the main antagonist, I could kind of guess it was coming, but it kind of was just felt a little, I don't know, out of nowhere, because we had Zodiac, who has been our big bad the entire game, and we kill him off halfway through the expansion at our very first trial, and then we go and find Medion and find out she's actually the big bad. It just kind of came out of nowhere, I guess. Kind of feels like. So that was a little weird, but I don't hate it. It just kind of seems almost just, in the grand scheme of the entire game, it seems like it's just tacked on at the very end. So, there was no hint of that at all prior in the entire game. So, it just, again, it feels a little just tacked on at the end. In the preview of the expansion itself, it's good. But in the grand scheme of the entire game, it I think falls a little flat. That's a nice touch.
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the rising stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself, a veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently, as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Oh no. Why has Jules inspired her, Kappa?
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru. As do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
I am still so... I'm just very conflicted about how that happened.
Just don't know how I feel. Go on, Shallon. Don't miss this chance to say a word to each of our friends. After all you've been through together, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. I can scarce believe our battle extended to the ends of creation, but seeing the Scion's mission to completion was both an honor and a privilege. As for myself, I've spent quite a while away from home, so I think I'll return to Limsa Lominsa for now. Once I get there, my first order of business will be downing a pint or three at the Drowning Wench. The exploits of you and your companions are truly an inspiration to us all. I have never felt more compelled to hone my own skills, that I one day might be able to accomplish such heroic deeds. Argmus means to visit Limsa Lominsa, and I will join him and continue my search. I know not when we will meet again, but please take care of yourself. 'Tis a shame the Scions are disbanding, even if only in name. I still fondly recall the day you granted me my uniform. The memory remains vivid, yet it feels like a lifetime ago. I considered returning to the Adder's Nest, but since I've come this far, I've decided I ought to continue my journey and venture to Garlemald instead. I can't hold a candle to the infamous Wandering Minstrel, but I thought I might share with the Garleans the tales of your epic deeds. Extend to them an olive branch of song, if you will. The salvation Minfilia dreamed for Eorzea comes closer to reality with every step the Scions take. Yes, the world may still be in throes of change, but it is improving. I see it happening day by day, and I sit here praying that whatever new road you walk will bring you the wonder and joy you deserve. Should you need a rest between your journeys, do come and join me on the terrace for old time's sake. Our champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you for that matter. On the mend, I trust. Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, and healing magics or no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you've recovered. Then again, 'tis hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Medion defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Now Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Urianger as aimless wandering. We have a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the Scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go untended by nations. We will do our best to help out where and when we can. Which, I suppose, is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I am very well and leave it at that. No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Minfilia's sake to find a place where she belonged, but never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Shallon, I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I ever made. Aye, I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune teller in the bargain. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just wondering how I'll earn my keep now. What? I thought you adventurers had any number of ways to earn coin, and though the Scion's mode of operations has changed, we should be compensated as before. In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Amric hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium district. As a former Azure Dragoon, I am guaranteed to be popular, he said. What does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Some days ago, a Hannish envoy arrived with word from Vritra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I am needed, but it pertains to the dragons, like as not. In Thafnir, like elsewhere, the phenomenon caused by the final days abated when you defeated Medion. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Sharlayan, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vritra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Sharlayan if they wish, to work and study. Vritra was always the satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well. One who has the complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago, I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but 'tis clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vritra's kin sought release from conflict. So weary were they of the suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgardsormr didn't give up. In hope he made the journey to distant Aetherius with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. I'm so glad the danger is past. There was nothing I could do but pray from here, and so I was relieved to the point of tears when everyone made it back safely. I imagine we'll have more free time now, so I was thinking I'd study up on healing magic, that I could make myself more useful in the future. My first stop will be the Astrologicum in Isgard, to learn about Sharlayan astrology. I must follow Oker's lead and hone my own skills. We may have accomplished our goal and put it behind us, but my time with the Scions provided memories that will last me a lifetime. What bliss, to think I was blessed with the chance to experience such unbridled brotherly love. But now that Oker has decided to set off without his dear brother, or without the two of them together, I fear I might suffer withdrawal. Oh, Einar. I'm so glad I was able to be here this moment. You know, I considered continuing to follow in Hori's footsteps, but I've realized this time I found my own way in life. Otherwise, I'll never be half the man my brother was. First things first, I'm going to head to Gridania to visit the Conjurer's Guild and the Archerer's Guild. I will do my very best to brush up on my skills before I see you again. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I am averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I've been meaning to ask you. Something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final day subsided. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled among those memories are certain essential facts, the history of Aetheris and the ancients, glimpses of the Ea, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in book or tablet. Truth is given shape and interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well-intentioned the rendering. An event described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity, yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are a result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon another, until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do, of course, realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered. Very well then, I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the Ea and the ancients and of so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It will be a less a polished work and more a reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. Far too much blood has been spilled, and far too many lives lost. Still, I am glad I was able to do something to repay those who showed me a path to the future. Not that our job is over, of course, far from it. There is much that remains to be done before true and lasting peace can be achieved. To that end, Hori and I mean to set off for Corvos. I expect that the tensions between the Garleans and Corvosi will only flare more with the Empire's fall. I still remember the day we sparred together as though it were yesterday. To think how far we all have come since then. Even now, I have not abandoned my dream of besting you in single combat, of a friendly nature, of course. Though I clearly do not hold a candle to the warrior of light at present, I shall continue to train diligently, that one day you might consider me an equal. Dream on, Hori. Oh, Shallan, might I talk to you might you have a moment to talk? With the Scions stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. And after speaking with Kryl, I've decided I will be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Baldesion. Not only am I indebted to Master Garl for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would never have set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would never have met you, never become a caretaker of the tower, never become a Scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps, mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together unlike any we've experienced before. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you into the unknown. Do you recall the realm of the Omicrons when I asked if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? Well, 'tis true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope you will do the same for me. Without a second thought. Ha! I'll hold you to that. As much as we have already seen, there is so much we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps we will even encounter survivors of the Omicrons somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't impossible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter our wayward traveler awaiting commands that should never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you'll be the first to know. You were but an amateur adventurer when we first met, but look at you now. You've grown into quite the fine young lass, just as I always knew you would. One might say I ought to settle down in my old age, but seeing you now has set my adventurous spirit ablaze once more. But the first journey I set out upon will be a long-awaited hot springs tour with my dear friend Homei. There has been naught but chaos since the Telophoroi first appeared. Towers, lunar primals, the Empire, the final days. Yet we weathered it all, and lived to see the sun rise on each new day. And now that peace has returned, I can finally resume my travels with my grandfather. Perhaps we will first go to Kagane and relax in the Bakaisan hot springs. That might be nice. Of course, my journey will not simply be for pleasure. I will collect information on the territories I travel. Perhaps I shall visit Nangsha via Doma. Shallan, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do that find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Well, in case you haven't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in lands surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area of the Northern Empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlian too might have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capacities of each nation to handle on their own. The Scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out where we can, of course. As individuals, no more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alphino. They were among the worst affected, and still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though. That I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. No matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. I look forward to hearing all about the legendary Alice Levier. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said, the next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Shallan, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis none the less occasion for sorrow. Akin to a pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loperids embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, the cadre of the Loperids hath gleefully dispersed across the lands in the name of mutual understanding. Hydaelyn, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of this star. And 'tis Vanad's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share such knowledge as they see fit to impart. You are the first to truly understand them. Dost thou think so? The Loperids are certainly possessed of a unique outlook, and it hath been my pleasure to act as their facilitator upon this star. Mayhap I might yet serve as a bridge betwixt them and our fellow man, as Mumbrida once did for me. Ah, but I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the signs of the seventh dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus instead do I proffer my humble support. Be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder across stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. Arnvald has pressing matters, according to him anyway. A pity he couldn't be here to witness this momentous occasion, though he bids me tell you congratulations. As for me, well, once the Scions disband, I intend to resume my work in Relger's Reach. I suppose Arnvald will need support in Geralbania too, though he would not admit as much. Well, he will have my help whether he wants it or not. Feels a little strange, me link pearls gone quiet. Since my unique skills are no longer needed for the safety of the star and all that, I'm gonna be an adventurer like you, traveling far and wide. I imagine I'll start by heading to Mericidia or the New World. Just need to find myself a ship first. O'Shallon, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Sharlayan, I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that he would not be deterred from seeking you out. He might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out. You did the right thing. It is a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and again I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the Forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Valdesian. Through our work, Sharlayan will strengthen its ties with other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Raha and Ojika and other remaining members. Together we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel the allure of the task itself. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. O'Shallon, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth I will endeavor to write as often as I am able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Sharlayan. Both Alice and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Ilsabard contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating with the temperate across the land. Lest you misunderstand, I do not seek redemption for failing Licinia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that whatever ideals an individual may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them begin anew. You'd best write me too. Write you letters? Of course I would be glad to do so, but I would be gladder still were you to come and visit, and I believe I speak for Alice as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you have been at my side, watching over me in good times and bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope I can ever look to you, in the good times and bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Shallan, from the bottom of my heart. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet, be well.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Sharlayan before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
Quite right.
Indeed.
Fair point.
So, What's next for our humble adventurer?
Going to spend some time in isolation, thinking about what she has done. And picking up a scythe.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal.
I take it that's Elidibus. Everything implies that that's Elidibus.
And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
Interesting. So, Pandemonium is taking place in the Unsundered World? And we're going to be with Elidibus? Quests to unlock new content are available in Old Charlian. Rest well, champion of Aetheris, for many and more adventures await you. Well, that was Endwalker. Again, probably the best of the expansions. Just that one point is going to stick with me for quite a while. It's going to take me a long time to really process how I feel about it. Other than that, it was very good. Anyway, it's super late for me, so thank you all so much for watching. It's to be amazing. And bye for now.